I am back. It is time for more of the Final Fantasy. Let's see what all these quests are. Fluffy McGee Orkson, the Science of the Seventh Dawn, if I'm not mistaken. Very good. I have a message for you from Aunt Rowena. Well, it's more of a request, I suppose, though I don't have any details of consequence. She'd like you to assist with the exploration of a recently discovered island. Surely you'd be interested in that sort of thing, being an adventurer? If you are, then you should head to Kogane and see Kotokaze, the proprietress of the Shiokaze hostelry. It's a long way to go, I know, but the island's out that way anyway. So... ... Sony. Fluffy McGee, you're a hard bloke to find. I heard you'd thrown in your lot with the Resistance, so I came here looking for you. Truth is, we've run into a spot of bother back at the Arboretum. Could use your help. Is that... okay. You're not too busy breaking your fast on Garleans, or whatever you've been doing out here, we'd be glad of your expertise. If you fancy lending a hand, I'll be over at St. Mosien's. Gasp. Fluffy, thank the gods you're here. We need your help. In case you haven't heard, we've set up operations in Rhalgr's Reach while we look for Omega. It's been decidedly slow going. I'm sorry to say, we still haven't seen the blasted thing since it disappeared during the battle with Shinru. Which is not to say we haven't made any progress. We know now that Shinryu ended up in the Imperial's hands, and that it was shackled with some very distinctive-looking bindings when they found it. Obviously, only you know what could have done something like that. The fact that the restraints were still functioning suggests it didn't shut down when the chief instructed it to either. Anyway, we were getting close to identifying Omega's whereabouts when we encountered what you might call a problem. Mayhap it would be best if you came to the workshop and saw for yourself. Ah, Fluffy, just the man I was looking for. As you may know, Rhalgr's Reach used to be a pilgrimage site for followers of the Fist of Rhalgr. Atop the mountain lies the remnants of the Temple of the Fist, which was once the center of their religion. It was filled with monks training their minds and bodies right up until the Mad King Theodoric decided to raise the temple. Curiously enough, a young lady recently approached me saying she wishes to explore the ruins herself. I immediately turned down her request, knowing that she alone could not survive the route to the ruins. But then I thought of you. I am positive that you are strong enough to protect her while she explores. The girl's name is Marjorie. If you're willing to help, seek her out by the doors which lead to the temple. I imagine she is still there, pestering Hrothmar to let her in. Excuse me, sir. You're Fluffy McGee, right? The name is Philiot. Newly joined to the Garland Ironworks. Pleased to meet you. I hate to be a bother, but I've got somewhere I'd like to take you. Wedge told me he once asked you to peek inside the fractal continuum. Is that right? Well, the thing is, we've recently detected a strange signal coming from inside. Knowing our luck, it's likely some ancient Allagan weapon run amok. But we won't know for sure until someone goes in to find out. We were hoping that someone would be you, if you're up for the job. Oh, thank the gods. I'll see you in Aziz's Law then. Surprised? Aye, so are we. He's been brought in as a consultant, believe it or not. How many times do I have to tell you? You will play no part in this investigation. Your motives were dubious from the first, and nothing you have done since has served to make them any clearer. Out of necessity, I agreed to take part in Omega's activation. That will be the extent of our cooperation. Passing judgment without due consideration, openly disparaging colleagues, not very chiefly of you, Chief. I'll have you know I'm a sensitive new recruit who thrives on encouragement. Then I trust you'll thrive elsewhere when I encourage you to piss off. I will not have him on our roster, Jesse. Never mind anywhere near our work. His employment is to be terminated, effective immediately. The thing is, Chief, we've already paid him in full. It wasn't exactly a pittance either. 4/5 what you get was the agreement. Look, whatever disagreements you might have had in the past, the fact is we could do with his expertise now. Let him earn his keep at the very least. Don't believe this. You claim my wholly justified ventures represent an unsinkable, unsustainable risk to the ironworks, and then pay him a sultan's ransom in advance? Him? Give me strength. This has been the way of it for a while now, on account of which we've had to put the investigation on hold. Let's investigate by ourselves. Tisk tisk, as much as I admire your enthusiasm, hero, you'll not get very far without some brains to complement your admirable brawn. Happily, I am blessed with a surfeit of the former. From this moment forth, you shall be my chaperone. With the realm's savior watching my every move, I couldn't possibly make any mischief, which should surely serve to allay my employer's concerns. Forgive me, Fluffy. It was not my intent to embroil you in this mess. I didn't even know you were here. Seeing as you are, though, I cannot deny that I would be glad to have you on board. The fact is, we are no closer to understanding the true extent of Omega's powers, and even if it was damaged during its encounter with Shinryu, it seems highly doubtful that we will be able to disable it unaided. We have got as far as identifying its likely resting place, but I, for one, would feel a lot more confident about surveying the area with you around to deal with any unexpected surprises. Might I persuade you to lend us a hand once more, old friend? Then it's settled. Chief, we have a problem. The etheric concentration levels at the Yan are soaring. Our readings doubled from one moment to the next, and by the time we went to check them, they doubled again. What? That could only mean... Evacuate the site. I shall handle this matter personally. Biggs, Wedge, Fluffy, I need you with me at the Yan, to the south of here. That's where we believe Omega came to rest. Jesse, hold the fort while I'm gone, and if possible, continue surveillance from a safe distance. All right, Chief, watch yourself out there. I like to stay in mind of the shop, too. Oh no, I'm not letting you out of my sight. But before you fill the room with maniacal laughter, I want you to remember something. When you collected your inexplicably lavish fee, the Ironworks creed became your creed. That's freedom through technology, in case you've forgotten. not supremacy through elegant ingenuity. Breach this contract, and I will have my pawns of flesh. Fluffy McGee Orkson, hero of the Resistance, greetings and well met. I wished to thank you for your countless deeds in service to our cause, and share with you an opportunity which I believe may be of interest to you. There is a great and wise man, a veteran of countless battles, who waits for you outside Ralger's reach. Go to him, and he will unfold all. Can I learn how to box?
Come to see how we're getting on? We've made good progress since we took back Alamigo, but there's one big issue we still have to address. Leadership. The Domans have Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here. Theodoric was our last ruler, and he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
Suffice it to say, our people have had their fill of kings, which means we need to find a new way forward.
If only it were that easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion. For the time being, we're just going to have to keep leaning on General Aldin and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future. But if that's what it takes, I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches. The Reach is yours, Nago. Don't do anything I wouldn't.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Ah, there you are. I've been searching all over for you. Don't worry, it's nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me? I'll get to the point. Might you be interested in a spot of adventure? After
Nope.
all, we were adventurous before we were scions, were we not? After routing the Imperials and liberating Alamigo, I reckon we've earned a bit of respite, don't you? And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots? So, what say you? Shall we call on Alphinaud and go adventuring?
Is what we do, I suppose. Right then, let's go and find Master Leveilleur. Actually, leave that to me. I want you fresh for our little adventure. Wait for us by the Aetheryte. We'll be along shortly. See you there. You also interested in exploring the Temple of the Fist? Never dreamed I would meet a fellow enthusiast. First learned of monks when I attended a lecture given by a historian named Eric. Ever since then, I have continued to be fascinated by their creed and approach to life. Thought I would come and pay a visit to the site of their most revered temple. Now that the Empire has been driven out of the region, the only issue is this man will not let me past. The monks use the path to the temple to train. It is filled with all kinds of traps and obstacles that cannot be overcome by just anyone. It is precisely those traps and obstacles that I wish to study. Everything I have read states that those who are able to reach the temple will come face to face with a monk of legend. Does that not pique your curiosity in the slightest? Who knows what kind of lessons one could learn from a monk that has mastered their art? You wish to know, don't you, adventurer? You're the one who helped the resistance defeat Xenos Yaigalvis. Well, you should be more than capable of handling whatever the temple has to throw at you then. In fact, if you are truly keen to explore what lies beyond these doors, would you mind if I joined you? I am fairly familiar with the layout of the temple grounds from all the reading I have done. I know I can be of help. Oh, please take me with you. Bum, 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 bum. Greetings, Fluffy. It would seem we are to accompany Arnvald on some manner of escapade. Have you any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Ala Mhigo was still a monarchy and Theodric sat the throne. Uniquely brutal despot by all accounts. That he was, the king of ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the Fist ended with Rhalgr's Reach being burned to the ground. The latter years of his life, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown, and so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the property of the king. It's said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. I believe I see the direction our adventure is to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty. You assume correctly. And would I also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known? Others must surely have gone in search of your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course, we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Ala Mhigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the palace upside down in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dawn till dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold lust drained away as quickly as it had come. The legend of the Mad King's Trove remains simply that, a legend. But I see you have no intention of letting the story end there. Would a self-respecting What self-respecting adventurer would? Imagine the three of us delving into a decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart to racing. Weird team. And why did that teach me how to box? The news of Doma and Alamigo's liberation has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the empire. I hear the imperial province of Damaska has already risen up in rebellion, which means the Garleans must surely have their hands full. What better time than now to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Arenvald, have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the other treasure hunters fared, nosing about the palace isn't like to get us anywhere, so we'll probably need to, ask around. That'd be another way of saying no. Well, yes. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied archivists and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. The Garleans are meticulous about such things. If they uncovered the trove during their occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials in Theodoric's day. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, you'll be looking for people who have seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Arenvald, pray try your luck in the fringes and the peaks, whilst Fluffy makes the rounds in the Alamigan quarter. Ah, there I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let's be about it, eh? We can meet afterwards at Gilbard's Gate. Still looking for where I spend my poetics. In the palace? No, not me, lad. Surely you've heard stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions up on the divine audience. Anyone, and I mean anyone, suspected of conspiring against the crown was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice it to say that I stayed as far away from the palace as possible. Want to hear an old maid's stories, do you? Well, most of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We'd only see his royal majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he'd ordered. And after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say he started seeing assassins in every shadow, and wouldn't set foot outside the palace walls. I was offered work there as a royal servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat. I served at the pleasure of King Theodoric, and lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life, and one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which of course we were under orders to ignore. So we'd stand still as statues, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If you're hell's bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street here and ask old Ernald. He was the king's head scribe. Yes, I'm Ernald. What do you want with me? You would have me dredge up some decidedly unsavory memories. Yet if Alamigo is to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well, I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Theodoric's paranoia and the public executions of his kinsmen. Those were terrible enough, but in his last days the king's fevered mind settled upon an even grislier method of disposal, which only a chosen few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family, a magic which transformed them into fiends of hideous aspect. The resulting monstrosities were then cast into the darkness below the palace. Even now my sleep is troubled by nightmares. If others of Theodoric's blood were prone to share his madness, then mayhap it is a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. We're all here. Why don't we share what we've learned? Allow me to begin, then. As promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasures, and found precisely none. It is just possible, I suppose, that a corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself, but I find it rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay secret for long. I conclude that our prize either does not exist, or that the Imperials somehow overlooked it. But what of you, Fluffy? Were your investigations any more fruitful? Talk to an old guy? Turn into monsters? What could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? I meant an old man in Alighieri who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison, but he said naught of cursed abominations. The Imperial archives were also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Get back to that later. Didn't manage to find a way to spend my poetics. There's a bug and some cats. Buddha. I assumed he knew what he was doing. He was just trying to take damage, I guess. Trying to feel something. He was afraid. That does lend credence to the tale, though I'm not sure how that helps us in our search. Do not be so hasty. Arnold's anecdote may very well have told us where the trove is hidden, but ere I share my theory, there is a matter I would clarify. Arnvald, you spoke of light-hearted adventure, but I sense a deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding this treasure? It wasn't all pretense, I swear it, but you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, man of Garlean blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say that my Alamegan mother did not welcome my arrival. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was an emerging third eye, like the kind you see in pureblood Garleans. My mother did not care for this taunting reminder of my heritage, and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. In the end, she turned me out into the street, and I was left to haunt the alleyways of Alamigo, a feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, or worse. The best I can say about the years that followed is that I survived, but I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind me and joined a group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventuring, and that road led me into the company of the Scions. I tell you this so that you understand. I know all too well what poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. With Theodric's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. Thank you, Arnvald, and I apologize. That cannot have been pleasant to recall, but I felt it best to be clear in our intentions. Well, Fluffy, are you content to surrender the treasure to Arnvald's noble cause and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward? Then I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting place of the Mad King's trove, if you are minded to hear it. Bum ba dum bum. Actually, mayhap it would be better if we first adjourned to a more suitable location. In case a rival treasure hunter overhears our plans, you mean? Good thinking. That was not exactly the reason, but 'tis certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene on the southern edge of Loch Seld. Can I fly the city? Forgive me, 'twas not my intention to draw out proceedings. I simply wished to have the lock in sight while I explained things. Prior to the great flood of the 6th Umbral calamity, the salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines, and this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Scala, which rose and fell during the 5th Astral Era. From what we know of the period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise, having been all but destroyed by war. Yet its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Seld. 'Tis my belief that the darkness beneath the palace mentioned by Theodoric's former scribe was not a reference to the prison, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Scala. I further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there not simply out of a desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. Theodoric wanted to keep the ruins secure. Wait, you're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's trove? Precisely. And since we know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that any entrance into the old city will have been magically concealed. It should explain how a legion of Imperial soldiers, and the gods know how many Alamegans, never found a trace of the trove. We, however, have certain advantages which they did not enjoy. Fluffy, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the loch and search for an underwater route into the ruins? While you do that, Arnvald and I will seek out an ensorcelled portal within the palace. Discovered a passage that appears to lead under the palace foundations. Press on and find out where it goes. Come to a worn stone door, standing temptingly ajar. It would appear you have found an entrance into the subterranean ruins. Talk down here. Fluffy, it's Alphinaud. We have searched the prison beneath the palace and found a teleportation portal concealed by enchantments. The markings indicate it leads to an underground cavern. The news on your end. You believe it leads into the ruins, and I dare say you will be able to meet within. Go on and head through the door. By the way, I took the liberty of calling on a friend for help. I guarantee she's both dependable and discreet. We'll see you soon. I'm gonna check here. See if these guys have a way to spend my frickin' poetics. Mostly didn't sell anything. Where do I spend politics for level 70? F14. Straight, it's in Rowler's Reach. Okay. When at or above duties recommended level, there is a 20% chance to receive stuff. Back to Rowler's Reach. Or to Great. Homestone Exchange. Aha. Maiming. Shirt of maiming. Gauntlets of maiming. Pants of maiming. Out of stuff. So shiny. Bum, bum, bum. I, too, am most eager to hear just what went on in the Closed Fist. You fought with Ivan Curlfist? I have read that he honed his martial prowess by wandering the mountains, fighting all the Curls he could find. They say he took the creature's movements for his own, devising a style of fighting like no other. To think he had been waiting there all this time for a new challenger. My mind is made up. I too will become a monk. Hearing your story, I realized that I must meet Ivan Girlfist myself. I will need to strengthen both my mind and body to have any chance of reaching him. I plan to start by working on my mind. There is still much I need read about the monks and their religion. Perhaps I would be better served by searching for a local that is versed in the Fist of Ralgr. Allow me to thank you. I would not have awoken my true calling had you not shown me the temple ruins. The next time our paths cross, I imagine I will look somewhat different. Until then. I can definitely say I've never met a monk quite like her. It will be interesting to see just how far she's able to go. Scamper, scamper. It is you, the legendary adventurer, instrumental in the liberation of our homeland. Though it took an army to see it through, I have heard tell of your singular accomplishments, both here and in faraway lands. Heh, I know the type. You are a warrior through and through, ever searching for a new challenge. A man who lives for those moments when all hangs in the balance. Did I say something odd? No, of course not. Ahem. Not far from here is a place where monks of the Fist of Ralgr once honed body and spirit, the Circles of Answering, and by the grace of our Doman patron, it is reborn. He who fights with strength of stone unyielding, breathes deep of boundless sky, and embraces serenity of rolling sea, against him none can stand. To it you will face striking dummies possessed of the fortitude of fantastic fiends and otherworldly foes. Attack them with your might and main, and should you triumph in the allotted time, you will know you have the strength to defeat them, though you may still die in the process. They are dummies, after all, and will not hit back, but that goes without saying. Doubtless you are intrigued. When curiosity overwhelms you, I shall deliver you to stone sky. Well, it is still the Circles of Answering in name. But you must nevertheless embrace the wisdom of the elements to overcome your trials. Oh, how foolish of me. I forgot to tell you the best part. It's free. I can practice at raids and stuff. I'm not gonna, but I appreciate that I can. 2 in a row. Shitty. Murder this slug. I guess this water sprite too. Oh, there you are, Fluffy. Just received a report from Ishana. I'll come back to you later, I guess. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, I passed on it. Oh, hey, it's the poor cursed dude. heck was that? I won something.
It would appear this place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
Terrible, aye. But their misfortune is our fortune?
Quite. By the 12, there is even more than I imagined.
Who are you?
Oh,
Only
I can't
purple
wait to see
haired
the look on
man.
Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
Ironvald and I tried to do our fair share, but I fear you ended up bearing the bulk of the burden as usual. You truly led the way with your adventuring prowess, my friend. Aye, without your help, I reckon we'd still be fumbling about in the dark. I'm glad I called on you. Must say, I am still reeling at the sight of that mountain of riches. What, like how you reeled at the sight of that floating spectre, you mean? I wish you could have seen the look on your face, Alphino. Floating spectre. Must we dwell on such momentary lapses? We found the Mad King's trove, and that is all that matters. All jesting aside, we must tell people the good news, and I think Lise should be the first. Seconded, she is bound to be delighted. If I am no longer needed, then I shall take my leave. Of course, don't let us keep you. Thanks again, and say hello to Vama for me. The hell are you, and what is going on with it? Why were you there? I mean, I understand he brought someone in, but for what purpose? Now then, there is to be a meeting of representatives from across Alamigo, so Lise is sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out? Oh, you three look pleased with yourselves. What have you been up to? Glad you asked, Lise, and I'm pretty sure you're going to like the answer. You're joking. The Mad King's trove. I thought it was a myth. So did plenty of people, but they didn't have Fluffy and Alphino in their party. Credit for finding it should really go to them. As for what to do with it all, I vote that it go towards alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor. Gods, if there's as much as you say. Arnvald did not exaggerate, I assure you. Could not hope to carry even a fraction of it out on our own. I have taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you will assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, they should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies. Understood. I'll make sure every coin is accounted for, and that goes for the spending of it as well. Thank you. Oh, there is one other thing. When the time comes to draw up a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Alphino. I don't have a head for details. I'm not educated. See that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you could give us, Alphino. Of course, I shall be at your disposal. Commander, we've got a problem. Deep breaths. Tell me what happened. Mobs gathered outside headquarters, and they've started making demands. You best come and see for yourself.
Step back, all of you!
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Bring her out! Bring her out!
What's going on?
Someone let slip about Fedorla.
It's true then! The bitch really is in there! I knew it! I bloody knew it! We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
Come on, you don't mean that! We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down!
Calm down! That monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Aye, and my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
So that's what all the fuss is about. Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
Hey, who's this?
That's the Bull of Alamigo.
My friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees.
Oh.
But I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live. Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers. I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance. But we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth. Now is the time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves and for generations yet unborn. When they look to our example, will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried? I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
I know you're right, I do. But I can't.
My thanks, Raban. Listening to their anger, I could feel myself being swept away. 'Tis a difficult tide to stem. 'Twas that same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory. But now the war is over. All the unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. Aye, and it's not just here. We've reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting small folk known to have cooperated with the Garleans. It starts with insults most often, then someone picks up a stone. Some industrious souls even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. But maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before I've even begun. Who are these representatives exactly? Oh, village elders, refugee leaders, and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nation's future on our own, so we've planned a summit of sorts. We even invited the Ananta of the Kirin and the Kikirin to participate. Ala Mhigo stands at a crossroads, and this meeting will decide which path it takes. The matter of Fordola's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt proceedings. Then let's execute her and be done with it. She herself asked to be put to death. Nago, I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated, and everyone who didn't resist? There would be no one left, and we'd be no better than Theodric and Xenos. Begging your pardon, but might I be allowed to speak with Fordola? Only I caught a glimpse of her past, a moment of it anyway, during the fight. She's done terrible things, aye, unforgivable things, but in some ways she's a victim of the circumstances in which she was born. That's something I can understand. All right, speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come and join you. I want to talk to her too. I'll return to my other duties then. We've barely begun to investigate the facility where they gave Fordola her powers. Be fairly warned, friends. She will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does. The commander's permission to enter, then. I'm going with her, but sure.
Well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you? Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless! There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it! I killed your men. I killed my men. And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
That's a lie, and you know it! You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless. Relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away. I see you, Fadola. I see you for what you are.
Come along, Fadola. We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
All right! Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Alamigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Father, what did that man call us?
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who'd gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them. Fadola! Traitors!
Please, you have to do something. My husband and daughter are in danger.
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of arms.
We're citizens. We have rights.
Ah!
I'm scared.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive. Traitors! Traitors!
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
Fadola, please. You already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier? Oh, gods. What have you done to your face?
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honoring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time. It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes. Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past? And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they? Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led! The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay! You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone.
What?
The things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How? Why?
Those I have lost. Those I can yet save.
Damn you. Damn you all.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it. Let's go.
Definitely. I don't know. If I was Fordola, I feel like very likely might have done a couple murders. I don't know why she'd... I don't know. I mean, I guess there's a lot of things motivating you to join up. It still doesn't feel very, I don't know, insightful. I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we've given Fordola something to think about at least. And I've found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, Fluffy, but the visions only come to me every now and then. From the way Fordola kept wincing, though, I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. It's a lot of bad memories to deal with. I wonder, could there be some fundamental difference between one who is born with the echo and one who has been artificially imbued with it? Well, the immortal flames have been scouring that research facility ever since the liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Alden's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go and pay him a visit, shall we? But news. You spoke with Fordola, I take it? Yes, as expected. She didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of time. Arnvald noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the Echo normally works. Have you found anything here which might explain why it's so different for her? We've been hard-pressed just to organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the science expert assistance, if you have time to lend a hand. The device in which Kral was held seems even more ominous now you know its purpose. The surrounding pods are marked Supply Subject, while this one bears the label Master Subject. The Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? All the pods are designed to drain the ether of the occupant, save that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior has been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. To what purpose, however, I couldn't tell you. Idle conversation prohibited. Eating and drinking prohibited. Fallen scrap of parchment appears to list facility regulations, but nothing of any interest. So many bodies, every one of them a victim of these experiments. Few show any signs of external injury. From what we've been able to determine, they perished from forcible aether extraction. Such a miserable way to die. I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operations would be much appreciated. Fluffy, shall we start with you? Taken in combination with the testimonies of Kryl and Thancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. The enhancement procedure entailed infusing a single candidate with ether siphoned from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Kryl, the pattern of etheric activity would provide the model upon which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Kryl's echo. I believe so, which would explain our prisoner's present state. Kryl is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engendered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. Soldiers who guard Fordola, many of them lost friends and family to the skulls. There's a sentry at her door, night and day. If she can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past, but you don't just see their past, you live it. All the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what it'd do to you. You'd never be the same again. Indeed, as you may recall, Ysael was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Hresvelgur's past. Fordola has been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed. Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to consider. The results of these experiments have been relayed back to Garlemald. There will be naught to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of these god-forsaken procedures, and Fordola remains our best source of information. She'll not be getting her wish, not yet. Right. Keep faith, lass. If you're to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned. I understand. Thank you, General. We should leave the flames to it. Let's go. Bum, 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 bum. I go looking for answers about the echo and end up getting schooled by Raubahn. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, at least. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced that mob to give up and go home. Makes me realize how much we rely on his authority, and how much I still have to learn. I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay? It is a quandary which countless refugees now face, to continue the life they built in Ul'dah, or start again in the land of their birth. Fluffy, a moment. I am newly returned from Ul'dah, the message from the Sultana. Her Grace desires an audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Well, I must away and attend to other business. Until next time, my friends. Audience with the Sultana. Depending on the nature of her consultation, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. Yes, we'd all like to know about those, Alphino, but not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him, Fluffy. Food. Well, the question of how to put the Mad King's treasures to good use shows no sign of answering itself. Shall we be about it, Arenvald? I'm at your beck and call. And I should be getting back to my own tasks. I'll organize a squad to head down into the ruins and then start preparing for the big meeting. Oh, send Nanamo my regards, Fluffy. And ours too, if you please. We shall see you on your return. Back to this. There you are, Fluffy. I've just received a report from Ishana. I'll read it out. At present, the broodmother's skin is smooth. Wait, what in Rowler's name is this? Good news, that's what. While it's smooth, we still have time before she needs to molt. Once it starts to dry, we'll know the day of the inspection is approaching. Well, I'll take your word for it. As much as I'd love to spend all day talking about your mother's skin, isn't there something else we were going to discuss? Yes, there is. A problem's come up, and I could use your advice. The Castellum is under threat of demolition. Hold your chocobos. Nothing's been decided yet. Perhaps you should start from the beginning for Fluffy's sake. As you know, this was originally an Imperial supply depot. That great big tower in the middle was built as an airship dock, which we now use for surveying the surrounding area. You can see for Malms from up there. Trouble is, some of the Resistance members think we should blow the whole thing up. It's a constant reminder of the days of Imperial rule, they say. But they're letting sentiment cloud their judgment. It's too important to lose. They're also forgetting that we don't have the time or resources to build a new bridge, and while we mull things over, there's no telling what those lunatics will do. Suffice it to say, we're in a bit of a bind. Can't let anyone tear it down. If the Castellum is destroyed, it would mean the end of the gatekeepers. I'd have no choice but to return to Virinelia. Luckily, I have an idea. We Vera decorate our villages differently to the Kelyanas, which makes them easy to tell apart. We should be able to do the same thing with this place. If we make something to symbolize that the Castellum is part of Ala Mhigo, we won't need to do anything drastic like rebuilding it from scratch. You know, that's not such a bad idea. What exactly did you have in mind? It needs to be traditional, something distinctly Ala Mhigan. To be honest, I don't know much about Striders and their culture. Do you have any suggestions, Jolm? I suppose the most obvious thing would be the griffin on the Ala Mhigan flag. That's no good. It's also the symbol of the royal family, which includes the Mad King Theodoric. Of course, I don't think people would appreciate being reminded of him. Sorry, Alpa, nothing else springs to mind. Many people live throughout Garabania, and will struggle to please them all. We would benefit from an outsider's opinion, someone unbiased towards the needs of any particular group. They'd need to know a lot about local history, too. Fluffy, can you think of anyone? There's an Adder officer who springs to mind, apparently. Talamolka. Right, it's decided. We'll meet you there. Bum bum bum. Merp. Merp. Mighty Griffin's Bane has descended upon Castrum Oriens once more. Really appreciate your help with that whole Black Rose debacle. I've only just finished cleaning up the mess left behind by the Kalyana. Did she just say Griffin's Bane? What does that mean? Title, I'd wager. Maybe we ought to call him that too? Really now, there's no need to be so coy about it. I can think of no better tribute to your remarkable feats of heroism. I think we'll stick to just Fluffy for now. Anyway, I'm Alpa, captain of the Velodina Gatekeepers. You might be wondering what brings us here. We'd like to ask your opinion. While I cannot guarantee I'll be able to provide the assistance you seek, I'll do my utmost to help nevertheless. I heard you know a lot about Ala Mhigan history. I see your point. Visitors to Ala Mhigo probably won't think highly of being ushered through a formal imperial stronghold upon arrival. I agree that it should celebrate Ala Mhigo's unique culture. Griffin design should meet your requirements. That was our one and only idea. We were worried that using the crest of the old royal family would dredge up a lot of unpleasant memories. If it were a single griffin, that may be the case. However, I propose using a pair of griffins. Once they find a mate, they become inseparable. In Garabania heraldry, a pair of griffins rampant has represented undying loyalty since time immemorial. In that case, I should use my metalworking skills to craft 2 griffin sculptures. Thanks for your advice, Talia. Come and visit us at the Castellums sometime. It would be my pleasure. I wish you the best of luck. I'll start gathering metal for the statues. Might take me a while, especially if we're making 2 of them. Alpa, you go and find another Ananta to help with the crafting. Fluffy, would you be able to bring us a griffin? Imagine it would be hard to sculpt one without seeing the real thing from up close. Probably best to use a tamed one, though. Giff, the griffin handler over at the Reach, ought to be able to sort something out if I were you, I'd start by having a word with him. What can I do for you? Yeah, you've got a friend who wants to borrow a griffin. Who do you want? Who do you want me to take it to? Alpa, the leader of those damn fools hell's-bent on preserving Velodina? Yes, me, they had to blow the bloody thing to smithereens and be done with it. But, well, since it's you that's asking, I suppose I can oblige. Go on ahead, I'll meet you there with the griffin. How did it go? Sorry to keep you waiting, Fluffy. Got a bit delayed on the way over. Anyway, here's the griffin as requested. It's beautiful. The statues should turn out wonderfully if I fashion them in the image of this fine specimen. Statues? What are you talking about? Fluffy didn't mention that. I want to decorate the entrance with a pair of griffin sculptures to welcome travelers into Alamigo. They'll be based on your griffin. You mean to say me and my griffin came all the way here for some bloody statues? You snot-nosed little gobshite. Sawed off back to Veranelia so we can smash this bridge down. Show some respect. She is our captain. We will not allow you to speak to her like that. Captain, eh? I don't see how anyone could take orders from her. She's just a child. Listen well, Strider. When I first volunteered for the Resistance, every unit I tried to join rejected me. For all my determination, I simply lack the strength needed for frontline warfare. I had no purpose, nowhere to go but back to my village. That was until Alpa asked me to work as a weaponsmith. She showed me that I do not need to be a fighter to contribute. She may be young, but she has earned our loyalty. Shauna, I couldn't give a Kikarn's arse. I'm only here because Fluffy asked me. Let's just get this over with. You'll help? I won't forget this. If you're going to make a statue of a griffin, you better do a good job of it. They look impressive enough when they're standing still, but have you ever seen one buffet its prey with a blast of wind? Now that's something special. No, I haven't. I'd like to experience these buffeting winds for myself. Is this some sort of joke? Do I look like I'm joking? The girl's gone stark raving mad. If she wants to have this griffin attack her with the force of a hurricane, that's her business. Just leave me out of it. Fine. You're not the only one around here capable of riding a griffin. Fluffy, I hear you're quite experienced with chocobos and whatnot. Why don't you give it a try? Hit me with a buffet of wind. We should probably find somewhere else to do this. Our comrades might find being assaulted by billowing winds a bit distracting, to put it mildly. I'll be waiting by the gates. She never ceases to amaze me. Once you're on the griffin, coax it into sending a gust of wind in the direction of that youngling. Just try not to overdo it, alright? If you dismount at any point, come back here. I'll get you back in the saddle. Yeah, that was a lot stronger than I was expecting. Unfortunately, I couldn't keep closing my eyes right at the vital moment. Did you do that again? Herng. It's only a glimpse, but I definitely saw it. I think one more time should be enough. Nog. I saw it as clear as day. Now I know how its prey must feel. That will do nicely. Alright, Fluffy, you can get down now. Better go to work while it's still fresh in my mind. Treasure? Can't believe my eyes. This incredible statue, no one will doubt that Ala Mhigo is on the path to regaining its former glory. You've achieved what I thought was impossible. You've transformed this imperial fortress into something our countrymen can be proud of. I'm quite pleased with the results myself. To say I'm impressed would be an understatement. I had heard that Anta used magic to shape metal, but to see it for myself, it was breathtaking. You think that's impressive? Wait until we finish the other one. Sure, you know better than most what a pair of griffins represents. Everlasting friendship by Rhalgr. That's perfect. And to think I was going around saying we should tear this place down. Now I realize what a waste that would have been. Well, I'm glad to see you see things our way. Besides, we couldn't have done this without your griffin. Such a majestic creature. If the gatekeepers had one of these, we could soar through the sky, casting a watchful eye over the highways and canyons below. I was just about to suggest the same thing, Alpa. Would you allow us to station a unit of griffin riders here at the Castellum? Now that the Garleans have been driven out, we've been at something of a loose end. The gatekeepers have been working hard to keep the border safe, so we should do our bit too. You have our full cooperation. Are you serious? The Griffin Riders are always welcome here. That all turned out rather well, wouldn't you say? Now that Gif has changed his tune about the bridge, the rest are sure to follow. Yes, but we've still got a lot of work ahead of us. Fluffy, I'm sure there'll be more chances for you to help in days to come. Griffin statues. Guess that means I get a griffin for doing these quests, which is pretty cool. Call me Snake. Soothe the big juvenile griffin. Rally the small juvenile griffin. Is there aught I could help you with, sir? If not, might you kindly step aside? You have the look of a fugitive. Me? A fugitive? Never gave you that impression. Thank you to take your baseless accusations elsewhere. How I do adore awkward silences. You are still ruining the view, however, and I really must insist that you move along. Scouting for the resistance. Thought you had the smell of authority about you. Shall we get this over with then? Oh, guess we're fighting. Vicious stalker. Not say I'm trying to hunt. Oh, he's hunting. Scouting for the resistance. That's nice. Not sure. Okay. The look of a fugitive. Sure, I follow you. Thought I might be one of them. To disappoint you, but I am just a simple hunter. Must be the goggles. Questionable quester. What do you want with me? Aye, well, I'm a busy man. Why don't you be on your way then? What's your bloody point? Ah, fled into the forest, did they? Not seen any dastardly types myself. I hope you catch them soon. Okay. You look small. The mood seems to improve by your encouragement. Icon Slayer. Is that a tank? You gonna fight me for trying to soothe you? Give me a hug, big bird. Let's set this place as my home. Maybe. Or do I want to set Nimsa as my home? I don't know. So dreary here. Scare some Vundu youths. The Vundu youths are down low. Huh? What? Ba-bum. Dang it. Not done yet. Oops. Probably should just let that go through, but whatever. Is this quest ready for me yet? There we go. Ah, Fluffy. Nice to see you again. Pray forgive me. I have not made any progress in ascertaining the reason for Funhim's rage. 'Tis truly pathetic. I have been alive far, far longer than you, and yet have nothing to show for it. Surely, you did not think me younger than you. Maybe small, but you should know that we Dravenians live far longer than any man. Wait, we do live an awfully long time, Fluffy. I think I may have got it. Dravenians live for eons. I have heard tales from Galen Bursti of dragons going into seclusion for centuries while carrying grief in their hearts. Ultimately, they are unable to bear the strain, and it breaks something fundamental within them. Many a year will need to pass before I come of age to choose a consort, but I believe they help in saving oneself from the abyss of isolation. This is why your kind elects to marry, is it not? No idea why anyone marries. Love. That sounds fairly similar to our reason for choosing a consort. Regardless, I am almost certain that Funim's fury was caused by the profound loneliness she has endured over this past millennium. Leaving father's side after they spent so long together must have caused her intense anguish. The question is, how do we heal her pain? I see you two survived your talk with the dragon. Was it as fruitful a discussion as you had hoped for? Not that it matters much. A group of Kasteri merchants have pooled their resources and hired a hunter said to be quite handy with a lance. I've my doubts he's capable of slaying the worm, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to watch him try. I wonder who the dragon slayer in question could be. I struggle to imagine there are that many men with the skill to go toe-to-toe with a dragon like Funim. However, if he is truly a threat, then we cannot risk him reaching her before us. We may not have a plan, but we have little choice. Come, Fluffy, let us hurry to where we last saw Funim. Is she? We must find her before that hunter does. 'Tis good to see you again, warrior of light. It would seem that we two Azure Dragoons share one target, though I suppose neither of us still hold that mantle. Old habits do not die so easily. The Azure Dragoon of Ishgard? Who exactly is your diminutive friend, Fluffy? Journey to the far east in search of an ancient worm's consort. Quite a tale indeed. At the end of my own journey, I chose to continue my travels and eventually found myself in the far east. It was here that word of the dragon you seek reached mine ears. It had been my intention to act as an intermediary between man and dragon, assuming the beast could be reasoned with. If not, I was prepared to brandish my lance. Regardless, I would wager that the young one has the right of it. What is more, she is doubtless still suffering from the effects of Nidhogg's hateful dirge that summoned the horde. Dread Worm's hold over his brood was absolute. His unquenchable thirst for vengeance spread through the horde, leaving none untouched. To think one of them was able to resist his call to decimate Ishgard. It should come as no surprise that she would succumb to madness. The worm spent a millennium in solitude, resisting Nidhogg's demands for vengeance. I can think of but one way she may be saved. We weaken her enough that she is willing to listen to reason. We have already tried that approach. It did not work last time, and I very much doubt repeating it will change anything. I do not advocate the same approach, little one. I would have you do more than simply talk to her. Nay, you shall use your roar. That is the only way you can hope to let her know the war is ended, that her consort awaits her in the skies above. My roar? You have the 2 dragoons that bested Nidhogg at your side. There is naught to fear. All you need do is harness your roar to clear the haze that clouds the worm's eyes. I shall do my best. Should we fail again, I fear we may not be blessed with another chance. Pray, lend me your strength, Azure Dragoons. Let us depart. The frenzied dragon awaits us on Bardam's metal. The time is nigh to free her from war's tragedy. Stinian worm blood. He got himself a last name. Yeah. Me. Now, little one, roar with all your being. Und him hear my cry. Why must we go to war? I have no will, no desire to fight. I have only silence, most deafening silence. It is no use, I cannot reach her. Do not be so quick to abandon hope, my son. I am come for thee, dearest Fonem. Those wings of white, long have they filled my dreams. Vidfalner, my love. Father. Noble dragoons, Orn Kai, I give you my thanks. Were not for your succor, I would not have been reunited with my beloved. Allow me to thank you as well. I had truly thought Vidfornir lost to me. Mere words will scarce be enough to convey mine appreciation. I got good news. I killed your grandpa. The conflict began 1,000 years past. Nidhogg demanded we exact vengeance upon man. However, I refused to allow his hatred to take root within me. I could not bring myself to forget the days when I soared the azure skies with Vidfolnir, night on side. Dragon cannot simply shut her ears to her sire's call. To do so would cause her great torment. Thus I bid Fonhim flee to the east, that she might live in peace while the final strains of the Dragonsong War did fade to an end. Duty-bound to protect Zenith, I remained behind in Dravania, but ever did I regret not following my heart and my beloved. 'Twas after she left for eastern lands that thou didst come into my world, my son. Now I finally see why I was given a name meaning one born of sadness. Alas, I fear I will never be your match, father. Fonhim barely even noticed my roar. Belittle not your efforts, Orn Kai. I should not have known to come here were it not for thy roar. It reached mine ears, strong and clear, as I soared the skies above. Father. Well, I suppose you are quite keen to talk with Fonhim. It's been quite some time since you last met her, after all. Let us make haste. I am not used to seeing my father so enamored. I give both of you my sincerest thanks. I find myself especially indebted to you, Fluffy. Our adventures investigating these legends shall live long in my memory. And you, Azure Dragoon, your strength far exceeds the tales I have heard. Your words are appreciated, but the appellation is unnecessary. I have long since left that life behind. My past experiences with Nidhogg made me eager to see Fonhim saved. When the dread worm took me as his vessel, I felt his mad heart's palpitations as mine own. There was no end to the sadness and distress that flowed from his soul. However, it was this ordeal that allowed me to harness the dragon within, whilst retaining my sense of self. You ought to be capable of the same by now, Fluffy. It shall doubtless serve you well in battles to come. If you are truly done with your old title, then I have a proposal for a new one, the Crimson Dragoon, much more befitting now that the two of you fight alongside dragons, harnessing their strength as your own. Ha ha ha, can see myself warming up to this new name. Best of something, something, something. You shall have nothing to worry about. I will become just as capable as father, so that I may someday soar the skies with a dragoon like you on my back. Thank you once again for everything, Fluffy. It is time for me to begin the journey home with father and Fonhim. But know that I will ever be in your debt. I sincerely hope this is not the last of our adventures. Deliver an attack to all enemies in a straight line before you the potency. Can only be with Nastrum ready. Life attack. This is damage dealt. Upon successfully landing, Gyroskopal grants 3 stacks of Nastron ready. Huh. This concludes the Dragoon quests for Stormblood. In order to undertake the next series of quests, you must first meet the following requirements. Completed the main scenario quest Shadowbringers. Courage born of fear. Whoa. Oh, now this does something. Can I get it back? HUD layout. Dragon gauge. So I want to make sure this is going to do whatever the heck that new thing was I just got. Nastrum. Can only be executed while Nastrum ready. Grants life of the dragon. Additional effect. Okay, so after Gyroskopal, it should use it. Cool. Bump. I guess I want to put it over here or something. Just so I can see it. Alright. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, I got something. Body. So many fucking random pieces of shit. Would have been good. Except for that I already bought so many things. Who can fucking sell something? Want to get rid of some of that junk. Spear's kind of cool. Right. These ones. One of these days I'll be able to get rid of this junk. Real parlor. Oops. Mackerel. Nom nom nom. Can I fight you? Nope. Butts. Wish I had McDonald's. Okay, no more dailies. Oh, let's see. Let's go read a bunch of quest bestowal dialogue, shall we? Well, well, if it isn't my old rival, Fluffy McGee. Who the hell are you? At last to learn from a true hunter of elite marks, have you? Forgive me if I seem overly presumptuous. Being the renowned hunter that you are, I've always considered you to be a rival of sorts. A little healthy competition goes a long way in keeping one's skills sharp, you know. Yahaha! Aye, but a hunter ain't worth shite without a smithy to keep him armed and armored. You'll have to excuse him. He's never been one for social graces, but he's a damn fine hunter, and what he brings back to the forge keeps me in business. Who has time for grace when game is afoot? Which reminds me, I have news of query that may pique your interest. I recently came across a rather peculiar bill on the clan hunt board. Here, have a look. The bill depicts a crimson wyvern, unlike anything you have ever seen. Fortunately, further reading of the bill reveals nothing of its origins. Strange, isn't it? Not only is the drawing unabashedly crude, the bill itself lacks the formality expected of anything approved by the Centurio clan. Still, a bounty is a bounty. Before setting out, though, I thought it wise to first confirm the details of their quest, and therein lies the rub. The clansmen weren't even aware this bill had been posted. Likely the escapades of some mischievous youth, they said. But if this beast truly is out there somewhere, what manner of hunter would I be if I didn't go and find out? And from what I've been told, you're never one to back down from a chance at adventure. Now, how about it? Will you take up the hunt? Alright. Count me in. Every bit the thrill seeker I marked you for. Glad to hear it. To make things a little more interesting, what do you say we make this a race, eh? To see who can slay it first. I'll even give you a hint to get you on your way. The beast we're after is a Rathalos, king of the skies, they call it. From what I've gathered, it was last spotted somewhere around the Azim steppe. You'll like to learn more if you speak with the locals at Reunion. As for me, I still need to prepare before I can head out, so consider this a head start. Good luck, Fluffy, and may the best hunter win. Okay. got squats to squid. Fluffmiggy Orkson. Oh, thank heavens. I'm in dire need of a capable adventurer, and I can think of none better. Local officials have been working desperately to keep this confidential. There is trouble in Kugane Castle. It has been overrun by a band of outlaws. Once more, they've taken hostages a number of nobles, along with the Bogyo, Kugane's highest magistrate. They're demanding the country's borders be closed off, insisting Kugane's efforts to establish ties with other countries is folly. Why, if they had their way, I imagine foreigners, or Aijin as they call them, would never set foot here ever again. Under normal circumstances, the Sekisagumi would have taken steps to immediately resolve this crisis, but they dare not do anything to put the Bugyo at greater risk. To proceed would require a decree from the Bakufu. Yet I fear there is no time to send an envoy to the royal capital and back. Nevertheless, they have done their due diligence and delivered a missive. While waiting for a response, they have also called upon the East Aldern Trading Company in an attempt to potentially expedite the rescue of the hostages. As to why they would go out of their way to contact us, well, one of the captives is from Ul'dah. It goes without saying, the repercussions of a foreign dignitary coming to harm would be dire. Because the Sekisagumi cannot yet act in an official capacity, they have asked for my assistance in assembling a small contingent to infiltrate the castle. If you would join our cause, make for the aqueducts in the Rakuza district. There is a hidden passage leading into the castle kept under guard by the Sekisagumi. Tell them I sent you, and they will explain what you must do. Welcome, Lord. There's a young maiden here who would speak with you. Miss, the adventurer has arrived. And here he is, the liberator of both Doma and Alamigo in the flesh. I am Lina Murila, correspondent for The Raven. You may recognize me from my expose on the secret lives of the homunculi. But enough small talk. It's not for nothing that I've been standing here since yesterday morning on the off chance you'd pass by. No, I'm here because... Actually, it's best you heard it from Alma. I am but an observer. Alma, come, I've found him. Is this the adventurer of whom you spoke? Indeed it is. Please, I beg of you, find my father. You are his only hope. It's all right, Alma. You're attracting unwanted attention. Might I suggest a change of venue? We'll await you before the Prima Vista. The theater barge has a berth at the airship landing. Ah, who should stand before me but the hero who shattered the shackles of oppression in Doma and Alamigo both. In spite of your burgeoning fame, I'm honored that you should willingly share your precious time with this humble minstrel. If I may ask, how are you enjoying the Far East? With its many charms, it is an easy place to like. Indeed, it holds a special place in my heart. You might even say it is a second home to me, often as I find myself here on my endless quest for verse. On this particular visit, the proprietor of this theater chanced to hear me perform and took a shine to my work. One thing led to another, and a number of my songs were adapted for the stage. Such are the crowds they have drawn, I have since been commissioned to write pieces for a new production. That is not to brag, mind you. Nay, far from it. For though I am glad for the approval, the truth is, I have been struggling to summon forth the inspiration with which to fuel my creativity. But of course, your recent exploits could well provide me with the inspiration I need. Such events you must have witnessed, such emotions experienced in your struggle to liberate Doma and Alamigo from the clutches of the Empire. Though the tales have been doing their rounds, there is no substituting a first-hand account. Nay, I would see from the eyes of he who stood in the thick of it, and know the depths of his heart. I shall remain in Kugane while I compose my pieces for the Koza. Whenever you can spare a moment, I ask that you regale unto me your recent adventures, and I shall see to it they are immortalized within these halls. Talk about Lakshmi. A stirring story have you for me today. To lose her beloved daughter, not once but twice, first to the Empire and then to the Primal's false promise, 'tis all I can do to imagine the Kalyana's elder's grief. And as if she had not lost enough, unable to bear the reality, she chooses to flee from it by making an offering of her soul to the Primal. 'Tis a tragedy to rend hearts. My apologies, Fluffy. I know full well that I asked you for a tale, but so private and intense a sorrow should not be made the subject of amusement. However, I would honor the memory of the departed with a verse. For her daughter's life a mother mourned, but from the flesh her soul was torn. For her daughter's smile a mother yearned, now from a dream she may ne'er return. Forgive me if I have awakened unpleasant memories. Liberties may be taken in a tale's telling, but I cannot wipe away such sorrow that has taken root in one's heart. Nay, no more than abiding in a dream will change reality. Even so, we may pray for wounds to heal and scars to fade, and so pray I shall for the Kalyana, for all those who grieve, that they may one day know peace. You have a new tale for me. Wonderful. Clash against a Kami of legend. The words fairly write themselves. Yes, this would adapt very well indeed for the stage, and I dare say even the Kodran would come to watch. As this song is about you, however, 'tis only meet that you are the first to hear it. Lend your ears, then, to the tale of your furious encounter with Susano, the Lord of the Revel. Upon eastern seas 3 treasures join to birth a Kami great, whose sacred blade strikes awe in hearts and cleaves the land in straits. From western lands a challenger comes, a hero from afar, whose radiant blade set souls ablaze and outshines the very stars. So, was I able to capture Susano's stormy grandeur? I drew upon my imagination to create more evocative imagery, but it should more or less line up with your experience. Somewhat stormier than you recall. Well then, that makes it just right. On the stage, storytelling takes on a different dynamic, you see, and it is common practice to favor the grandiose. But with your rousing tale at its heart, I have no doubt that the play will be received with no less than a standing ovation. Well then, pray do not keep me in suspense. Shinryu, a being of pure violence, born of the torment of they who died for their homeland. Those souls had longed for the power to smite the empire. Little would they have imagined that this power would assume such a form, nor that it would fall into the enemy's hands to become the ultimate obstacle to freedom. Bound to the will of Zenos Galvus, a pitiable man who feels not safe when at the edge of death. The power to smite, the power to save, desperate man did directly crave. High though the price, in full he did pay, creating a god where his dead body lay. The power to rise, the power to vie, a lonely man did madly desire. Forsook his flesh, for such was the toll, binding a god to his insatiable soul. Here we have two men who sought power, but for different reasons. One wished to deliver his homeland from tyranny, the other wished to fill the void of his solitude. Yet even should they achieve this goal, would they truly find peace? I suspect that only they would know the answer. Now, you, my friend, you will continue your fight, will you not? I pray that you will again regale me with such accounts of your experiences. For as brightly as a hero's tale shines, it is not without its shadows. It is my duty, I feel, to share both with the world, the stirring and the sorrowful. As I said before, I think it better we continue this conversation in the privacy of the young lady's barge. It's not that I don't trust anyone here, it's simply that I don't trust anyone here. Gate guard Minigumo has been instructed to look out for you. In return, speak with him in future. Speak with him when you wish to gain admission to the docks. Thank you for coming, Fluffy. You're probably wondering why I've summoned you to an airship, and a Garlean one at that. Allow me to explain on the shuttle. Just letting this lady kidnap me. Alright. Prima Vista serves as both stage and home to the majestic Imperial Theater Company. You can keep that dirk in your drawers. No one here is a member of the Imperial Army, nor are there any spies within the troop. At least, no known spies. Ask anyone, and they will readily attest. The majestic Imperial Theater Company are the finest practitioners of the dramatic arts to be found anywhere on the 3 great continents, and beyond. They have admirers throughout the Empire and its territories, and even boast a sizable following in Gridania, hence my assignment to their story. It is a little-known fact, outside Garlemald at least, that the late Emperor was a devoted patron of the arts who supported various theater troupes to the tune of much coin. Indeed, Solus was not enamored of the majestic players that he ordered the construction of this very airship, that the troupe might perform at every corner of the empire. When his grandson took the throne, however, everything changed. Now, all theater troupes, domestic and foreign, must submit their works for approval by the Central Imperial Board of Censors. If a play is deemed vulgar or inflammatory, it is banned, and the troupe denied their writs of transit. The worst offenders, well, they are never heard from again. This policy has effectively left playwrights with one of 2 options: compromise their creative integrity to curry favor with his radiance, or put down their quills altogether. The principal of the Majestic, however, chose a third option, to express his disapproval for the new emperor's policies obliquely in ostensibly unpolitical works. Pray forgive me for my earlier outburst. I am Alma Bas Laxentail, daughter of Principal Genomus Sen Lexentail. Mayhap you have heard of my father's latest play, The Zodiac Brave Story? On the surface, it is an innocent retelling of a well-known Garlean fairy tale, hardly worthy of the censor's attention. But beneath, it is something quite different, a fact the censors failed to spot when they approved the manuscript for public performance. The play quickly became a huge success. The common folk loved its fantastical story, while the learned classes appreciated its true message. By the time the Imperial Board of Censors realized their mistake, it was too late. No longer in a position to prohibit the performance outright without admitting fault, they took aim at the company's purse strings instead. Before long, noble patrons began to withdraw their support, fearing to be associated with the troupe, and by the end, even the learned felt compelled to feign ignorance. By bleeding the Majestic of their funding, the censors robbed them of their voice. And none of this has made it any clearer as to why you're here. Right. Allow me, Lena. Hello, Sid. I've known Genomus since we were students at the Magitek Academy. When I heard his daughter was in Kugane, looking to enlist the aid of an adventurer, I felt compelled to give her your name. Sorry for not announcing myself sooner, old friend. Genomus and I were from different worlds, but that only served to fuel our friendship. Many were the nights we would prattle on into the wee small hours, warm flagons of peated ale numbing our minds to the other's naive ideologies. Yet, no matter where our conversation began, it would never invariably end with him telling me how he was going to change the Empire from the inside out. The troupe was to be his path into the people's hearts. Even after the Empire forced him from his home, Genomus never gave up hope that his work might change the world. heart will ever strain against artificial bounds and borders, man-made walls and misguided wars. It is in such times of uncertainty that we must needs embrace our calling and take to the skies so others might do the same. What I'm trying to say, rather poorly I concede, is that not all Garleans are hewn from the same stone. Just as there are those who pledge their lives to the Empire and would never think to question the authority of its leaders, there are those like Alma's father and myself whose love for their country does not blind them to its flaws. Still, try selling that sack of sunflower to an Alamegan or a Doman who has watched his family consumed in the flames of a Magitech Reaper. How many Eorzean adventurers do you think would leap at the opportunity to help an Imperial search for her missing father, and in Garlean territory no less? But you are different. You have seen enough to know that the line between good and evil is not defined by race, color, or creed. So, what say you? Like a poor adventurer were I to shy from adventure. Indeed. Now that you understand the nature of the task, perhaps Alma could provide some insight as to where we might begin our search. Shortly before my father disappeared, he began work on his next play, a successor to the Zodiac Brave story. But I am getting ahead of myself. Please follow me. So much backstory. Through adventure and hardship, young Delita, a boy of common blood, becomes a hero, culminating in the birth of the mythical kingdom of Ivalice. But that is where the story ends. There are no records of anything that follows. Was Principal Genomus simply going to invent something? My father believed that he had discovered evidence of a second hero, one whose efforts went largely unnoticed, without whom Delita would never have risen to the throne. His was the next tale he wanted to tell, the true Zodiac Brave story. A second hero. According to my father's studies, this young man was one of Delita's closest friends and confidants. That is, until the untimely passing of Delita's sister forced the two to part ways. Yet the unnamed hero continued to provide aid to his friend by thwarting the machinations of those who would scheme against Delita, thus paving the way for the Pauper's rise to regent. You must forgive me, but I've never heard anyone make such claims. How exactly did your father come by this information? That is a long story. One which begins and ends with Genomus becoming lost in the very legend he sought to lay bare. Even as far back as our academy days, Ivalice had Genomus firmly in its grasp. He flatly refused to believe the story was just a fairy tale. And so, when he was finally driven out of Garlemald, it was only natural that he should choose this of all places as his refuge, was it not, Alma? That is correct, Master Garland. It has long been my father's belief that the ruins of ancient Ivalice lie beyond Nangxia, buried beneath the sands of the Damaska Desert. Poor Damaska. The kingdom prospered in relative isolation for countless generations, till the Empire came calling. When not touring, my father would organize expeditions into the Damaska Desert to search for proof of Ivalis's existence. Sometimes he would bring back strange artifacts, ancient tomes, and crystals unlike any others. My father called them auracite and claimed they were vital to proving his theories. This is one such crystal. By the 12, it's magnificent. Ivalisian legend tells of crystals bequeathed by the gods unto those who would be kings. It is during his quest to gather auracite that young Delita rises to prominence. Must have heard the tale 1,000 times from my nursemaid. That is all it ever was, a tale. My father would often tell us how the auracite spoke to him. At the time, we assumed he was speaking figuratively, that the stone's beauty roused his muse. But then he began to act strangely. How so? Following our arrival here in Hingashi, my father spent most of his time cloistered in his chambers, poring over his past research, and though he was alone, we could oft hear him in conversation. It was not uncommon for my father to recite the lines as he wrote them, but it soon became clear that this was something else. It was as if he was talking to my mother who passed several winters gone. Might this not have been out of mere loneliness, or perhaps the strain of your flight from Garlemald? Possibly, but that would not explain the voices which answered him. Alma, where are these people? I told you I did not require any help finding father, especially from outsiders. So good of you to join us, Ramza. Allow me to introduce. Enough, Master Cid. We may be shunned by the Empire, but we are still Garleans, and we still have our pride. Unlike some, it seems, we require neither the aid nor the pity of foreign rabble. Have you forgotten where you are, brother? It is we who are the foreign rabble. This land and its customs are all but unknown to us. We would be fools to conduct our search without a proven guide. Your sister is right, Ramza. As for my good friend here, your mistrust is ill-placed. I will personally vouch for his character. In all the time I have known him, he has never once let anything as insignificant as race or creed color his judgment. You are lucky to have him. But we would have you, Master Garland. Why do you refuse us? You know why. Until this affair with Omega is resolved, my hands are tied. It pains me to refuse you and your sister, but it pains me far more to leave Genomus to his fate. I am sorry. You need not apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me. After what happened in Rabanastre, it may be time to admit we're out of our depth. My brother's last expedition met with tragedy in the ruins of the capital city. He barely escaped with his life. The Empire turned Rabanastre into a death trap. You were a fool to set foot there without a proper escort. I realize that now, Master Garland, but at the time I saw an opportunity to rescue our father, and I took it. Whatever led you to believe your father was in Damaska's capital? My father's fascination with a Vilician legend began with a trip to the antediluvian city long before the war. Call it a premonition, but something tells me that is where he has returned. Now you must excuse me. I need some time to think. Then, Alma, I shall leave you and your brother in Fluffy McGee's capable hands. He has ever repaid my trust with interest. You would do well to grant him yours. Thank you, Master Garland. We will not forget this kindness. Master Garland seems to think highly of you, so I withhold judgment until after Damaska. Damaska is nestled in a forgotten corner of the Empire's outermost territories. Do not foresee any trouble from the standing army, but would suggest committing to memory the locations of each of the barge's exits, just in case. As for the flight itself, the currents above Damaska are as wild as the land below. You may want to hold on. We'll complete our descent to Rabanastre in the shuttle. Ramza. Thought I made myself clear, Alma. The capital is simply too dangerous. Father would never forgive me if I were to lose you trying to rescue him. Come, we are wasting time. According to my father, Rabanastre was already a thriving city some 1,000 years ago. But after performing several private excavations beneath the so-called Desert Sapphire, my father came to the conclusion that it was not the first settlement to stand here. Then your father believes that Rabanastre sits atop the royal city of Lesselia, capital of Iblis. But if that's true, it could change history. You would be famous. Famous? Are you sure you don't mean rich? Pah, your kind are all alike. Parasites grown fat on the sweat and suffering of others. Bold words for a boy, but 16 summers. And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such spite? I only wish to learn the truth behind the disappearance of the Empire's foremost playwright. If that should lead to something bigger, well then, I would be the worst reporter in the realm if I did not pursue it. Yes, we can argue about this now, or we can return to Prima Vista and report to our army of adventurers. It is time to begin the expedition. I humbly suggest the latter. You see, it is as I said, brother. Let them come to us. Should we kill them now? No, the time is not right. When has that stopped us before? Fool, do you see that one? Slayer of gods, they call him. Warrior of light. Royal City of Rabanastor, now available. So many teleports just to get out there. See, you decided to accept the invitation of the House of Splendors. Ronan will be pleased. Come, I'll show you to your table. It's good to see a familiar face in these parts, particularly that of the man who might well be my most valued customer. Gather you are not expecting Kryl or myself to be attending this little tete-a-tete. As you will see, however, this is a matter which concerns us all. It all began when a vessel of the East Aldenar Trading Company happened upon an island in the Glass Ocean, a deserted island, which was not recorded on our charts and quite frankly had no business being there. Suffice it to say, we were surprised. Pleasantly so, in fact. An unclaimed, undeveloped island in such a location would be a boon to our trading concerns in this corner of the world. Kugane is bleeding us both dry with its tariffs. Depending on the goods, we're paying more than 10 times what we'd owe in Limsa or Ul'dah, which is already too damn much, believe you me. What my dear Rowena is trying to say is that having an additional port au call in this region, one more amenable to free trade, would be in the best interests of a great many parties. Which is why, upon learning of this island, I immediately authorized an exploratory expedition. The team was large and well funded. I spared no expense. Alas, only a handful returned. Random drunk guy. Survivors reported irregularities with the island's ether, which we believe gave rise to a number of strange and monstrous beasts which set upon them not long after they arrived. This regrettable turn of events forced us to reevaluate our assessment of the island and put our plans on hold for a time. If development was to proceed, it would require a great deal more capital than originally anticipated. So he came to me and mine for a handout, and I obliged. But before you scoff, know that some of my regular customers were members of that fated expedition, and what they told me was enough to justify the expense. Tales of treasure, of untold wealth and riches, and gods know what else. I will have to wade through all them beasties, but with great risk comes great reward, as they say. Spoken like a born entrepreneur. Your ambition and ruthlessness are admirable, my lady. I dare say I could stand to learn a thing or two from you. In any event, having formed our partnership, we wish to dispatch a second joint expeditionary force to the island. That said, if we were to send just anyone, their fate is like to be the same as that of the first. So this time, we have a mind to send a dab hand, a veteran of 1,000 battles, a tried and true killer. You see where I'm going with this? While I lack your aptitude for warcraft, I will be joining the expedition as a researcher. The Scions have an interest in this island. How perceptive of you. You are right. This is not the sort of affair that would normally concern us. However, after speaking with the others, they have consented to my participation on account of my personal interest. You will forgive me if I say no more at this time. If my suspicions prove true, then I will tell you everything. I promise. Okay. Right then. I believe that covers everything. The company's ship that will deliver you to the island is waiting to receive you. You may proceed to the pier whenever you are ready to depart. Oh, and so you're not surprised. You'll have company. Craftsmen whose help I reckoned we ought to have. You should be at the pier already. Oh god, it's him again, isn't it? Rowena and I still have a few things to discuss, so why don't you go on ahead? I'll catch up to you later. And no matter how many times you say it, you whiny little shite, I ain't about to let a bloody stranger waltz up and deign to tell me what way my bread is buttered. Now, piss off. Does your Eorzean stubbornness know no end? I have urgent business on that island, and I demand you take me there at once. I could hear the shouting half a mile away. Geralt, what is all the fuss about? Oh, Miss Krile, sorry about that. It's this here bastard what's causing trouble. Chica, what are you doing here? Did you really think I wouldn't find out about your letter? The nerve of you, trying to get a head start on your own. Well, sorry to spoil your plans. Don't be difficult. I had every intention of requesting your assistance if and when I confirmed my hypothesis was correct. Forgive me. You must be completely at a loss. This gentleman on the right is... Wait, you already know each other, do you not? Well, as you may have guessed, Geralt will be lending his considerable expertise to our expedition. And on the left we have... Ajika Tsunujika, the students of Baldesion, and you must be the so-called Warrior of Light. Charmed, I'm sure. I'll thank you not to get underfoot. Manners, Ajika. If you intend to accompany us on this expedition... Of course I do. If you think I'm about to let a by-the-book traditionalist like you conduct an independent investigation, you've got another think coming. I should be glad to welcome the assistance of a preeminent scholar such as yourself. Now, if you would be so kind as to stop badgering poor Geralt and board the ship, we can get underway. Ajika is one of the few surviving students of Baldesion. While his expertise in aetherology is impressive by any measure, alas, so is his ego. But enough about him. We have an island to explore. If you've no matters left to attend to, speak with Rodney. He will show you aboard. Occurs to me that no one bothered to tell you the name of the island we mean to explore. Am I correct? It's a bit grandiose and melodramatic, but we've tentatively named it for a place with Allegan legend. Forbidden Island, where fearsome weapons were hidden away for safekeeping. We call it Eureka. Okay. Oops. Drop my keyboard on the ground. You know, I have access to the Forbidden Land Eureka Anamos. Anamos can be explored in parties of 8 players, or solo. To embark on your journey to Anamos, speak with Rodney at Pier Number 1 in Kugane. Please be advised that all excursions into the Forbidden Land Eureka are item level synced. For Anamos, gear exceeding an item level of 300 will be adjusted. While exploring Anamos, you will have the opportunity to create Eureka gear and weapons. If you wish to do so, it would be prudent to acquire level 70 antiquated items in advance. Should you wish to know more about Eureka Anamos and what it has to offer, you may speak with Rodney for further details. Really? No? I'll figure it out later, maybe. The gun blade? Oh, it probably folds out. Kind of cool. Whoa. Alright. I'll call that